era where knowledge transcends borders, this platform stands as a symbol of our shared commitment to learning, innovation, and collaboration. It is heartening to see such a diverse and STEM group coming together, united by a passion for education and excellence. Over these coming days, we will engage in rich discussion, share valuable insight, and explore innovative practices that can shape the future of academia. I encourage everyone to actively participate, ask questions, and form meaningful connection that extend beyond this virtual event. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our respected principal, Professor Myravam Suresh Singh, Standard College, IQAC Coordinator, Dr. N. Chandrasekhar Singh, Geography Department, Standard College, and resource person, and from across to the globe, from their presence and valuable contribution. A special thank you to our organizing team, Sir Binit Rajadurai, Program Coordinator, Nirmala Niketan, Mumbai, whose tireless effort have made this program possible. Once again, thank you so much from the side of Chemistry Department, Standard College, Manipur. Now, I would like to call Dr. S. Pramodini Devi, Assistant Chemistry Department, to introducing resource person. Madam Pramodini, over to you. Madam Pramodini.
May I audible, Madam?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chubarani. Good evening, everyone. All the respected organizing committee, respected resource person, and dear participant. Today is the 9th day of our 15th day International Faculty Development Program on Research Develop Methodology, a qualitative approach, jointly organized by Integrated Institute of Disaster Management and Tamil Nadu, Southfield College, Darjeeling, West Bengal, and Department of Chemistry, Standard College, Manipur. The details of today's topic on best practice for data collection and recording will be delivered by our respected resource person, Madam Dr. Basanti Rina Williams, Professor and Head, Department of Management, Member of Research and Curricular Active Development Cell, Vidya Vikas Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mysore, Karnataka. Now, I would like to express a brief profile of today's resource person. Professor Dr. Basanti Rina Williams has a distinguished academia, research, and administration career spanning 3 decades. Serving as a reviewer for Q1 publications such as IJDS, IGI Global, IJKM, and IJBSA, and constantly recognized for her contribution, earning her the Bronze Reviewer Award since 2021. She is the recipient of the NIPM National ISR Excellent Award, finalist for the Best Management Education Leadership Award, and the MTC Global Award for Social Activists. She is also the member of the professional organizations including ISGS, Japan, NIPM, QCFI, KSBC, IGEN, and FIARA, and serve as the chairperson of the NIPM Mysore chapter. Thank you, Madam. Now, may I request our respected resource person to deliver the lecture on today's topic, Best Practice for Data Collection and Recording. Please, Madam. Please, Madam, may I request the madam to deliver the lecture.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, very good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everybody across the globe. I'm Dr. Reena Williams, and I'm so happy to be part of this session to share the knowledge I have. I'm not putting the video on, that helps in better internet facilitation. So my topic for today that has been assigned to me is on the data collection and recording. This is the 9th day, and the contents for today's session, I hope it is visible. Is it visible? Should I make it to the...
Yes, madam.
Yeah, okay. So the contents for today's session, the knowledge sharing will be on the significance of data and research, the types of data, methods of data collection, recording data, that is how we edit data, how we code data, how we classify data, tabulation of data, validation, analysis and interpretation, and then I'll end it with the best practices. So let's start. I would request everybody to please make a note of any doubts you all have, so that it is easy for us, for me to clarify those doubts. And because as and when you have doubts, if you make a note of it, at the end we'll be able to you may not forget the points you needed clarification for. And I feel it will help us to ensure that the session has been fruitfully completed. So first starting, we are talking basically about data. So what is this data? So I'm the initial few slides is for those whom I consider might be very new to research and are very new to data collection, because I understand there are a lot of faculty members here, and many of you are also doctorates. So this might be something that you already know. But for those who are maybe students and who are new to research, I'm just giving you a small foundation. So when is data required? The answer is everything that we do, each and everything that we do, we collect data. Knowingly or unknowingly, we are collecting data. So I just put in a few of the situations where we collect data. Firstly, so you can see when you're buying household goods, whether it's a refrigerator or whether it is some furniture for your home or anything that you want to buy, even a chandelier, small a torchlight also, we go around asking details about it, right? When we want to buy a mobile handset, there's more details that we want to collect. When we want to seek admission for our children, we start collecting data. What is all this? Choosing a course after graduation, we collect data. Identifying an institution to study, where to study, which part of the globe to go and study. All this, what we are doing is collecting data. How is this place? So we are asking people all the responses, right? All that is data that we are collecting, and it's based on the data that we make decisions. What I'm trying to specify here is decisions are made based on the data that we have collected. Now, very simply said, when you want to buy a simple product on the online platform, shopping platforms, we definitely look at reviews. We are so used to online shopping now, every one of us. So what we do is we look at reviews and we look at what the other customers have to say about that product or service. So if there is a 2-star or 3-star, we just move on to the next one. That's because we are looking at the data and making decisions, right? So similarly, when you're buying a refrigerator, you would go to the shop, you would also go into the internet to check out which is the best refrigerator. Once you go to the showroom, you start checking the different models present there. You look at the different brands present there. You open, you close the door, you see if it is comfortable, will it fit in all the things. See, all this is data. Everything is data, and that's the importance of data in research. Without data, it's impossible. It's also an important part. It's not just data is important, literature review is also important. So it's 8 days past, so you have already collected sufficient information about different important concepts and features required to ensure that we do or complete a good research. So one part among that is data. So this is what I would say, that is, why we require data. Now, what do we do after we collect data? See now, please, if you look at this RISE which I've written, this is not what I've written. This is a image that I've taken from the internet, and I'm giving acknowledgement to the person from where I have collected the the source. This is to ensure that there's no plagiarism involved. Okay, so now looking at this, once I've collected data, whether it is about a refrigerator, whether it is about in an institution I want to join, or an institution I want my child to join, or any product I want to purchase, whatever, any information that I collect is data, I said. So that is helping me to make decisions. If you can see this, I found this image very useful, and that's the reason I'm sharing it with you all. Firstly, I'm gathering relevant information, right? Which refrigerator is good? That's the example I gave. So hence I'm using that. I gather the relevant information, and then after that I look at alternatives. I have chosen, I thought of refrigerator, but then when I collected information, I got to know there are newer models, there are newer features in coming up than the one which I thought of. So I gathered relevant information, then I find there are 2-3 alternatives. So this alternative could be based on, after I collect the information, I understand that there are different verticals that I can choose from. One is maybe the cost, one may be the color, one may be the capacity, one may be the design, right? So I take I identify and examine the alternatives. Then what I do is I choose from among the alternatives. Maybe, like, everything is nice, but it's costly, so my budget is only so much. So then I look at it from the cost wise, or I'm looking at whether it is a 5-star, so that there is less power consumption. So based on that, I choose among the alternatives. Once I choose, I finalize on one and then take action. That is, I make a purchase, and then I review and the decision, and I feel, yeah, what I did is correct. Or after using it, I understand that it is not sufficient. I should have done a little more research. That is, I should have collected a little more data before finalizing on my decision. Now, this is basically what we do in our day-to-day lives, most of our lives, right? Most of our decision making is done like that. So what is data helping us to do? It is helping us in decision making, and it is also helping us to make informed decisions. It's not an arbitrary decision that we are making, but it is an informed decision that we are making. So that is the reason, or that is the significance of data. Now, coming to research, I hope the significance is of data I've been able to share. Now we are getting into research, because that is basically what we have all come here together for. So what's the significance? Firstly, when you talk about the definition of what is data, the Oxford Dictionary says it is facts and statistics collected together for reference or analysis. So now I'm going to tell you what is this reference and what is this analysis as we go forward. Now, data is, now we understand that data is information, collection of information. And how are we collecting that information? Either by observation, or either by research, or through experiments. It could be all these. These are the basic ways through which I'm collecting. So if I'm talking about I'm going back to that example. If I want to buy a refrigerator, I by observation, yeah, this color is good and this will suit my kitchen decor or my dining room decor. It's observation. Or I go to 2-3 people, and I go to 2-3 showrooms, and then I observe that majority of the people are purchasing one particular brand. So that's observation. Research is where I'm asking people, I'm following up on the reviews, whether it's a 5-star, whether it is 3-star. I'm looking at what people have mentioned now on because now it's very easily available on online platforms, shopping platforms. So you will check whether it is cheaper on the Amazon platform or the Flipkart platform. So, right? So this is research. And what is experiment? Experiment is where, of course, for refrigerator, I cannot give that example of experiment, but for any other thing, I'm using and seeing whether it is good. If it is not good, I exchange it for something else. That's an experiment. Okay, that's not an example for refrigerator. I just gave you a different example here, but I'm just mentioning how you can collect information. So information can be collected by observation, by research and experiments. Now, coming to second way is formally presented through to drawing inferences. So if this is it, then this can happen. So if sometimes you look at the weather and then you say, when it is cloudy, probably I need to carry an umbrella. So this is a data that you have collected. That data is through observation, right? So formally presented to draw inferences is where you're having, or maybe you're looking at the weather report, that is more formal. So you're looking at the report and then you decide on what to wear on that particular day because it's going to rain. You understand it's going to rain. So this is a formally presented to draw inferences, that is to get meaning out of it and then make a decision. And thirdly, obtaining valuable and reliable information for decision making. Now, coming to this last point, valuable and reliable information. What is this valuable and reliable information? When you do research, you're coming up with a lot of findings. And these findings are used by businesses to come up with either new products, new services, a new medicine, a new concept, a new process, or something like that. So on what basis do decisions happen? It is based on some reliable information or reliable facts. So when I collect the right kind of data, I'll be able to analyze that to come up with the right outcome, and this outcome can be used as a support for the decision made by the business. So that is what is meant by valuable and reliable information for decision making. Now, as we go forward, you understand, if you can look at the diagram here, it's like this. We collect the data, correct? Firstly, we are collecting data. Next, we are classifying the data. Now, I'll give you one more example. When I collect the data on the number of women who prefer to buy food from, say, Swiggy or Zomato or something like that. Okay, let us take that as an example. Collection of data. So when I collect the data, I classify the data next. That means I have a group of information, one set of information, and then I'm classifying it into those who prefer and those who do not prefer. So I'm classifying it. I'm dividing it into sections, or I'm classifying it based on age, or I'm classifying it based on, or if I put it as pizza, what kind of people prefer, what age group prefer pizza, and how often do they buy purchase and make a purchase of a pizza. So I'm classifying the data. Now, why do I have to classify? It helps me to get more informed decisions. It helps me know maybe it is the age group of 20 to 25 who prefer pizza. That may be the outcome of my study. So then I know that I have to focus my advertisements or whatever I do to ensure that it targets this age group between 20 to 25, so that more of my products or services are sold. Okay, so I'm collecting data, I'm classifying data, then I'm tabulating it, because without tabulation I cannot do any kind of an analysis. Okay, I'll go to that in a little while. Tabulation of data, and once I tabulate the data, I'm able to convert it into or do my data analysis using some statistical tools. It could be ANOVA, it could be t-test, it could be z-test. Okay, I use this tabulated data to do the analysis, and once I do the analysis, I get an answer from that, right? So now once I get the answer, I'm able to say, okay, this is what this more of advertise. For example, if I give more advertisements, I'm going to get more sales. This is what I presume. Okay, so what I do is I start giving in more advertisements, and then I start checking the data. What is the data? How much of sales has happened? Now, if I find that the number of sales is not proportionate to the number of advertisements, then there is something happening. It is not that the advertisement is not effective. There is something happening which is not effectively making the advertisements convert customers into, viewers or people reading my advertisement into customers. So I have to identify what is the problem. That is where research becomes important. Okay, and that is where data becomes important. So now I'll try to identify whether the advertisement. See, what I presumed first, more advertisement will mean more sales. But then I don't find more sales. So what am I going to do? I'm going to identify whether the advertisement is effective or not. So what do? I collect data. I go and ask people around, have you watched this advertisements? What do you feel about this advertisement? Then some will say, yeah, I didn't understand what the advertisement actually meant. I felt it was something full of comedy and I enjoyed it, but I didn't understand what it actually meant. That means your advertisement was not effective. So you need to change it. So supposing people say, we saw the advertisement, it's good. But I went to the shop, I understood. I find that it's not available in the stores. So then your data gave you an information that your advertisement is not converting to sales because your supply chain is not up to the mark. I hope I'm putting things across. So that is how the statistical analysis will help us to come out with the cause or the effect of a decision, or what kind of decision we need to make. So that is about data processing and interpretation. Now, what are the different ways in which we can collect data? I hope I'm making myself clear. In case it's not clear, please let me know. You want me to, repeat it? I can do it for you. Okay. So what are the sources of data? How do I collect data? So now we have understood how important data is. Without data, you cannot take your research forward. So you need proper data. You can't get somebody says something which without thinking much, and you identify that you use that data for your analysis, then your outcome is also going to be wrong. You have to collect it from the right kind of people that you identify. Now, supposing I want to know whether a particular handbag is helpful for travelers, then I need to speak to travelers to find out whether the bag is that particular handbag is useful for them. It has sufficient compartments to help them get the right kind of things when they travel. So this I can get only from those who have used that bag and who are traveling, or at least from travelers, and they tell us, yeah, I prefer a bag which has this compartment. I need one where as soon as I open the zip, I know where exactly I can find it. I don't have to start digging deep to find this particular thing. So I have to ask only the travelers or somebody who can use it. Now, what if I ask a person who hardly travels, who travels maybe once a year or once in 6 months? That person will not give me the right kind of information. Okay, so that is the meaning. So data is to be collected from we have to identify the right persons. How do I identify? One is sources of data there are two ways in which you can source data. One is through primary sources and through secondary sources. So you can do your even your PhD you can do using primary sources. So when you're doing primary sources, obviously secondary sources also come in. But if you want to do only through secondary sources, there's no need of primary sources. You can still do your research. Okay, so there are two sources of data. One is collecting data, one is primary source, and the secondary source. Now, what's a primary source? A primary source is where you directly go out, collect information. Like I said I spoke about the handbag. So you go collect information from people who are traveling. Maybe you go to the bus station or the railway station where you find a lot of commuters, and then you try to ask people whether you are you travel a lot, and if they say yes, then you ask them, can you spend a few minutes to answer my question, and then you collect data from them. Now that is primary data, because you're doing either. So all these what I mentioned here come under primary sources. That is, it could be a survey, it could be an observation, it could be experiments, it could be an interview. All these come under primary sources because you have sourced it by identifying and getting details. And what are secondary sources? Secondary sources are secondary, meaning you haven't collected the information by yourself. Someone else has already done it. Someone else has already collected data. You are analyzing all that data and then coming up with your own outcome. Okay, so that is secondary sources. So what are these documents? It could be the government gazette, it could be journals, journal articles, it could be journals, it could be professional and business sources, it could be through records, it could be service records, it could be census, it could be even interviews that you see, the panel discussions that you see on television. Even that is a secondary source that you can use for your study. Okay, so basically sources of data could be primary source or the secondary source. Now, you classify the secondary data again. You can still go further. And this part of the data, what I'm talking about classification, is for those who are pursuing their research and so on. People who have already know about it might find, understand this very easily. So classification of secondary data could be internal or external. So what is this internal data? It's something that you already have with you, something that you have already collected with you, and then and it requires, or it could something that requires some further processing, that is internal. Whereas this secondary data, which is external, is something that you find on the internet that has been published. It could be a blog, it could be an article or in a newspaper, or as I mentioned, a discussion on television. Even that also can be considered as external. Then computerized databases, like I said, blogs and articles that you see on the internet, and syndicated services, that is which is already, like, the census is a syndicated service which is already present, and you can the ones that is already available for people to collect and understand. So that is about classification of the secondary data. What is how do you classify primary data? I said, what is primary data? Primary data is where you go personally, speak to people and collect data. People means the identified persons, and this identified persons are called as respondents. Okay, or your identified, you identify a sample, and then from that you collect, you identify your respondents, and that's how you collect. Now, like I said, the handbags that or like if I say baby food. Okay, when I say is this particular baby food better than A baby food is better than B baby food or XYZ baby food. Now, who are the respondents that I need to contact? Obviously, it will be mothers, young mothers. Okay, having small babies with them, because even your mother is a mother, but she is not buying baby food anymore. Probably you are buying baby food for your baby, or if you have bigger children, then again you are not the respondent. Who will be the respondents? Respondents will be those young women having small babies. Okay, so they will tell you, I find that this particular baby food is accepted by my baby, the other she doesn't eat or he doesn't eat or something like that. So you're collecting, that is the authentic information. Like if I ask my mother, she'll see I am above 50. So if you ask my mother, she'll say that time, half a century ago, that time we didn't have this and that and all. See, that's not data. That's not data that you're looking for. Right? You want data that's happening now. So you need to contact. So identifying the right respondents is also very, very important to collect data. Otherwise, it's outdated data. It's not going to help you any at all. Okay. So primary data is of the, I mentioned here. One is observation, interviewing, and questionnaire. So what is observation? You yourself go out, you observe, because sometimes asking questions might not give you the correct answer. The respondent might not be comfortable answering questions, so sometimes you may have to use the observation method. Say for example, you're doing a study on small children, or maybe the quite elderly people also. They may not want to answer, or sometimes it will be even on administering something and observing whether it is happening or not. It could even be for cosmetic products, food products, your observation, and you're collecting data to see whether okay, observation cosmetics on will the blemishes be removed if I use this cream. So they are applying it on a person, then they're seeing it for so many days. It won't be for one person, there'll be a group of people. They'll experiment and see oily skin, normal skin, all that is data that they are collecting. This is observation. Okay, so it could be through participant or a non-participant. A non-participant is you're directly seeing that person, or a non-participant, you're asking someone else. You're doing it through a third person. That's a non-participant. The second is interviewing. That I think you understand. So interviews could be either structured or unstructured. Structured interview is where I have a set of predetermined questions, and every person I'm asking them the same kind of question. Okay, so this is a structured questionnaire. Whereas an unstructured questionnaire is where I just speak to them generally, like, from where do you come from, and then they say some place, and I say, do you know this language? I follow questions based on their answers. This is an unstructured questionnaire. Okay, the third is actual questionnaire. A questionnaire is a earlier that used to be the only format through which data could be collected before we had so much of accessibility to the internet and technology. Research used to be done using a questionnaire. So this questionnaire would be a sheet of paper. I'll show you a demo of that. A sheet of paper with all the questions that I required people to answer, that is the respondents to answer, and then I distribute it among the identified respondents. I hope you understand who are identified respondents. So I distribute it among them. I can even ask my friends, my colleagues, my students to go collect it from their contacts. They'll fill it up and then give it to me. This is the physical form, okay, of questionnaire. And the other, now presently, that is very seldom used now, as I observe. More and more people use the Google Forms, or they use emails to collect information. So they're using technology well. So sorry, Google Forms are a part of the modern method of collecting questionnaires. And collective means, just not just the mailed questionnaires, but it could also be the printed form. All that put together, I mentioned it as collective. So these are the different ways through which primary data can be collected. I hope things are understood. Now, coming to primary research methods and techniques. Now, I'm going a little bit out before I come back to the data, because this is very much important for us to understand how data can help us in our research. So hence, I'm going a little out and then, coming back. So primary research could be either using qualitative data or quantitative data. Now, what's the difference between qualitative and quantitative? When you say qualitative, it is quality, something that is based on attitude, based on my liking, disliking, and all that is coming under qualitative. It's quality. Okay. It's difficult to measure. Qualitative is difficult to measure, whereas quantitative is easy to measure, and it is very, you can call it a straightforward. That is qualitative data. So qualitative data is like, I say, for example, H2O, water. How do you measure that? H2, two atoms of hydrogen and one atom of oxygen. That makes water. This is quantitative data, right? This is something that is measurable. 1 kilometer is equal to so many meters. 1 meter is equal to so many centimeters. This is all quantitative, quantity. I can measure it. Okay. Whereas qualitative data is basically based on quality, something, attitude, aptitude, likes, dislikes, satisfaction, dissatisfaction, and all that. Now, supposing I say this dish is very tasty, it is not necessary that everybody finds that very tasty. They may find it, some might find it tasty, some might find it average, some might find it not at all tasty, right? Say, for example, if I am from South India. Now, if I go to another place other than the state where I am staying, if I go to another state, the food there, I might find that because I maybe I am not used to eating too much of oily food, and I go to another place and they savor that food, and it is rich in oil. I might not find it. They may give it to me out of so much of affection because that is their way of greeting a guest. Maybe I don't like it, or because I'm not able to digest that food. So if I say it is not good, it doesn't mean that the food is not good. It is not suiting me. Okay, so this is qualitative. For me, I don't find it very tasty. Similarly, if another person from another state comes to my place and I provide them a dish, they might not find it tasty, might find it tasty or might not find it tasty at all. See, it changes. Maybe in that whole family there who has come to visit my home, the father and mother may like the dish, the children may not like the dish, though all of them come from the same family. Did you understand this? This is qualitative data. So most of majority of the social science researchers do qualitative data. Whereas those who are doing the coming from the basic science, pure sciences stream, they usually do their research under quantitative data. I hope that is clear. Quantitative data and qualitative data. But then you may ask me, how do we, quantitative is easy because as I told you, you have 1 meter is equal to 100 centimeters. So if it is half a meter, it is 50 centimeters. So it's easy to do it. But hello? Whereas if you find that it is a qualitative data, it would be based on something like what
गाय
how
तापे चेन ऐ देवे ना तीन का बोल दे काटे
hello, is there a doubt or something like that? Can I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
yes
Okay,
ma'am,
okay.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. I thought there's somebody had a doubt. Okay. So please make a note of the doubt and we can discuss that later. So coming to the qualitative data, the quality could be like, this is what you see. How satisfied are you with this movie after watching the movie? So some might say it is an excellent movie. Some may say it's a good movie. Some may say it is average, and some may say it is below average. It is all a perception. This is what we call as qualitative data. Now you might ask me, then how, if quantitative data can be measured, then how do we go about measuring and identifying this qualitative data? So this is where I said we are going to, I'll just go back to the previous slide. Yeah, can you see this? See, I'm going to classify the data. I'll tabulate the data. So when I tabulate the data, the qualitative data becomes quantitative in nature. So how do I do it? I'll find out when I classify the data, I'll get to know how many said excellent, how many said average, how many said good, and how many said below average. So that what I'm doing is I'm able to quantify that data into numbers, and that helps me to do my research, take my research forward. I hope I'm able to get things straight. Okay, as I hope as we go forward, you'll be able to understand that in a better way, because we have 2 hours within which I need to complete this and let you know. So hence, okay. Now I just took one screenshot of one questionnaire I found on the net again, because it's a general one. I didn't want to put anything that I have with me. If you can look at this, it's a questionnaire. This is the format of a questionnaire, whether it's on Google form or whether it is something that you print and you share. This is how you prepare it. Okay, so firstly you mention the title of your questionnaire, and then here you give a brief about yourself, because without that nobody is going to, you just don't go to someone and ask, can you do you like chocolates? They'll not answer you at all, right? So instead, if you just tell them, I am doing a research on identifying how people react to this particular chocolate, whether they like it, like the flavor or not, can you please answer? They'll definitely answer. So hence, you give a title to the question, but then when you're sending a questionnaire across, you're not there to explain. Hence, the questionnaire is explaining on behalf of you. Therefore, you need to give a brief about yourself and about the study, in a few sentences like this. And then comes the first part. That is why I chose this, because some do not, it gives a better, I felt it covers most of what I'm trying to share. So this first part, where you see, before this line drawn here, the first, second, and third question, this is what we call as the questions about the personal questions about the respondent, followed by the kind of questions that I wish to study on. So maybe the study is about knowing how the job satisfaction of employees or something like that. So if I want to get into that first, if I directly ask them a question, it might not give them that comfort. So what I'm doing is I'm going to ask them demographic profiles. A demographic profile is about yourself. That is about your age, your gender, then your income, then the place you're coming from, your educational background. All this comes under demographic profile. Now, when I say demographic profile to collect data, there are some data which is very sensitive, or data which not many people would like to answer. So something like people may not want to mention their income. They may not be willing or comfortable to speak about their education or age. Okay, so what you do, but then you need the data. How do you do it? You give it in this way. Can you see this? You can see this. What is your age group? 18 to 24, 25 to 34. So this is much more comfortable for people to answer, rather than putting it like this. Please mention your age and then put a dash. People may not be comfortable giving them sharing information about their age. Similarly about income as well. So when we have this, I'm able to quantify and say that I have majority of my respondents from the 25 to 34 age group, or majority of my respondents from the 45 to 55 age group, and so on. Okay. Sorry. Now, types of questions that you can ask in your questionnaire so that you can collect data. One form of questionnaire is binary. That is, you just have a two answer. Either it could be like yes or no, true or false, agree, disagree, satisfied, dissatisfied. Okay, just two answers. These kind of questions are called as binary type of questions. It depends on the kind of data that you wish to collect for your study. The data is based on, the questions are based on the objectives that you frame for your study. Okay, so that is how you do it. Then second could be ranking. So ranking like which is the best institution in say Rajasthan. Okay, or so you given a list of all the institutions in Rajasthan, and ask the respondent to choose from among these as which they consider as the first and the second and third. This is a ranking list. The third is multiple choice. like from where do you make where do you prefer to buy your some product, online product. So multiple choice. I purchase from Amazon, from Milk Basket, from Flipkart, and I give 2 or 3 choices that I usually buy from. That is multiple choice. And the checklist is so almost similar to what are the things that you use regularly. So then I make a checklist. I use this, or what are the kind of breakfast that you usually prepare in the morning. So then I mention all. I make a checklist, and I check and say the things that I usually use. So these are different ways in which you can frame your questionnaire to collect data. Now I'm just showing you how classification happens through an example. So this is how classification. Say supposing I collected gender. Now I'm just going back to the questionnaire here, right? So let us say this person has collected a lot of information, and this information is the gender is male and female. So I'm going back here. So now the gender, I've already told you how we are going to classify data. So for classification, I showed you this diagram. See, I collected the data. I'm classifying the data into male and female. Then I'm tabulating the data. Then I'm doing the statistical analysis and then coming to the inferences. Now I'm talking about classification now. Okay. Here, classification and tabulation. So gender, I collected the information. So let us say there are 200 people. From these 200 people, I've divided that into boys and girls. I find that there are 50 boys and 150 girls, just for easy calculation. So the number of respondents who responded to my questionnaire were 200, of which 50 are boys and 150 are girls. Okay, so now I've tabulated. Excuse me. Okay, sorry. So I divide it into, I classified this gender into boys and girls. For boys, again, I further classify it into vegetarians and non-vegetarians. Girls, I have 150 girls, vegetarians and non-vegetarians. Now, the vegetarians, again, I declassify into who are less than 20 years and those who are more than 20 years old. Again, non-vegetarians into the same. Here, same thing about the girls and boys. Now, what happens when I do this? I'm able to get into an in-depth understanding of who are the people who are actually buying my product, or who are the people whom I can target. So when I'm talking about product and all, it doesn't mean that you have to do only for marketing. Okay, it can be for any purpose, for everything. Like I told you, even if you want to buy a toothpaste, you want to go visit a doctor, what we do is we collect data, right? So I'm not talking about we are not looking at a doctor who's vegetarian or non-vegetarian, who's below 20 years. No. It's just an example that I'm showcasing here to drive the importance or the outcome of the collected data. Okay, so this is how it is subdivided, and that is how research is taken forward. We take it, and that gives us an accurate information which we can use for business purposes, which we can use for developing something new, which we can use for making informed decisions. Okay, so that is how data is classified. And so to get this right answer here, this should be correct. I should be able to collect it from the right kind of people. I hope I'm driving the point across. Now, the next is interpretation of data. How do I interpret data? So, for example, I just mentioned it as research methodology adopted for the study. This is from, you know, how a research paper, when you look into a research paper, you'll find this. I just put it in a tabulated form. They may not put it in a tabulated form. It may be in a sentence form, or when you read it in a paragraph, you'll get to know about it. But the contents will be similar. I just made it simple instead of putting it in a a sentence or a paragraph form, so that you understand it in a very easy manner. Sorry. Here, research methodology, interpretation of data. Okay, so a research methodology is it is mentioned as descriptive. So the data that they are, the way that they are doing the research is descriptive research. The sampling methods, they have used probability sampling. Now, what is a sample? A sample is a part of the whole population. I think you would have already completed that. So, like supposing I want to know whether the rice, I'm cooking rice. That's the most easiest example that is given. You're cooking rice and you want to know whether the rice is cooked. You want, you want to use the ladle and touch each and every grain. You will just take a little bit of, you'll use a ladle. You'll, scoop out a little bit of grains, and then you press it between your fingers to see whether it is softened enough, and then you know whether it is cooked. You don't have to touch everything, right? 2 or 3 grains is sufficient for you. So that's 2 or 3 grains. That bowl of rice, okay, that pot of rice which you're cooking is the universe, and that scoop of rice that you have taken in a spoon is your sample. Okay, so there are different kinds of sampling. So the sampling method used for the study is probability sampling, and the technique that is used is judgmental sampling. Now, what is judgmental sampling? I want to know whether the lady I'm talking to is a working woman or is she a homemaker. I want to speak to only homemakers. So in that case, it's a judgmental sampling. I'm talking to only, I need only homemakers for my, to collect data for my study. So that is judgmental. That type of a way of collecting sample is called as judgmental sampling. Next is data collection instructions. I've done it through questionnaire. The sampling size is 384, and the type of data, I've used both primary and secondary. And the data tool is a chi-square test, data analysis tool. That is, I've used a statistical tool, and that tool is a chi-square test to check my data to come to a informed decision. I just said this is just an example. Now, coming to the interpretation. When you look at this, can you see the diagram here? So now I have collected some information here. I think, yeah, it is, yeah. Now, if you look at it, chart 1 showing age distribution of respondents. Now, what I did was I collected, now if I go back here, it says 384 is the sampling size. So, out of this 384 people, 112 are in the age group of 25 to 35. 136 are in the coming under the age group of 36 to 45. 104 come under the age group of 46 to 55, and 32 come under the age group of 56 and above. Now, how do I interpret this data? You understood? I hope you're getting it. So I've collected this data, of which this is how I interpret it in a diagrammatic. I put it diagrammatically because it's easy to share, easy to, I think, especially for those new to research, it's easy for them to understand. So here I understand. So when I look at this, what I understand is majority of the respondents are in the age group of 36 to 45. So that means they are the ones who are looking for, let's say, supposing I want to know how many watched a particular movie. So then I get to know that this particular movie was, who viewed that movie come under the age group of 36 to 45. And if I see that the film is a hit, that means that majority of the people who related to the movie are between the age group of 36 to 45. So next time I'm producing a movie, and if I want to make sure that the same kind of people, if I want to make a movie that will touch a particular set of people, then I follow the same trend, and then I can achieve the same output. Okay, I just gave you one small example. Now, if you look at the second chart, showing preference factor in purchasing decision. Now here, if you see, you can see the brand image, or whether it is the quality, whether it is influence in social media, whether it is anything else that motivates them to make a purchase. Now, I don't have to look at the numbers here. I can look at the diagram here itself and then make a decision. I can just, I don't know, I'm not able to, yeah, I think. Yeah, if you can see this, the brand image, quality, influence, and social media, or content marketing, or through blogs and all that. So I understand that people are making decisions based on quality for this particular product, and not because of the brand image. They are not worried about that. So it's highlighted by quality, followed by influencers and social media. So social media is helping me to sell the product. So what should I do as a manufacturer? I should start using more of social media, digital marketing, so that will help me to highlight how good quality I have, and that will make people purchase my goods. This is how decisions are made. I hope it is not very complicated, because research is not everybody's cup of tea. But as academicians, the trend presently is trend, meaning of late is like every institution is asking all the faculty members to go publish papers and attend conferences and so on. So I understand that, being an academician myself, and how I ask my faculty members also do the same thing, because we have to go for NAC, for NBA, and so on. So I'm just keeping that in view. I'm trying to make it something interesting, or I hope it is interesting, and I hope you are able to understand the concept. So this is how you interpret. I'm giving very simple interpretations. You can go in depth and you can come out with so much of understanding with a simple diagram of just age distribution, or with just age distribution itself, you can come out with so much of analysis, and decision making can be done based on that. Okay, I'm going further. Yeah, you can see this, the hypothesis testing that is done. It was mentioned as chi-square test. So what is chi-square? It identifies the difference, whether what I observe and what I expect from the study, whether it is same or whether it is different. Okay, so here it is mentioned, consumer considers brand names. It was observed that 100, I expected 96. That's the average I've taken. Okay, so it's a manual table that I put, so that it is easy to explain and understand instead of the SPSS output. So the expected is and the average, whereas when I look into the observed, it's not 96. More people consider brand names, and quality more than that. Influenced by social media, 112, and customers purchase spices based on cultural affinity. Cultural affinity is say South India, they use more of sunflower oil. In Karnataka, in the Tamil Nadu, they use a lot of sunflower oil for cooking, because earlier it used to be groundnut oil, but then most generally everybody use sunflower oil. But in parts of Karnataka, which is bordering Kerala state, and in Kerala state, uh, they use more of coconut oil for cooking. When you go to the north, I observed that majority of the people use mustard oil for cooking. So like that, that is what I meant by cultural affinity, spices based on cultural affinity. So actually this study is based on this data that I'm sharing with you is based on a study that is that I did a couple of maybe a year ago. This was to identify how people who stay abroad, whether they prefer, because Indian food is basically very spicy. We use a lot of spices, even for simple food. So at least 4 or 5 spices go into that. And if you're talking about the curry masalas, then or your garam masala, it's more than 20 odd spices that go into it. So that is the minimum. So based on that, I did a study to identify whether the non-resident Indians, they prefer to make a purchase based on cultural affinity, or they're using any other methods of making a choice, because now we have technology and so on. So that is how I mentioned this point. So consumers purchase spices based on cultural affinity, and I thought it would be that they preferred their cultural affinity. Like, no, somebody coming from North India, I said they prefer mustard oil, and those who come from South India prefer coconut oil, or they prefer sunflower oil seed, oil from the seed, of sunflower. So I found that very few people were following cultural affinity, they according to this study. So this is the proof. So based on this, so you can see that here also diagrammatic representation says they're giving more preference to quality. They feel health conscious more. They're looking at that fall, and they are relating it to what the influencers on social media, they are having a lot of so that's why more and more advertisements are happening through influencers, because we feel rather than some model coming, a film star coming and telling us something, and a person who's like you and me, who's a blogger, who is having as a YouTuber, and they tell us something, we feel more related, because we feel that they are part of us. They may be advertising, but we tend to overlook that. Okay, so that was what I identified through my study. So if you can see that, see here, this is the number. And then when I identify, I did a study using the formula and whatever. I think this I don't have to explain, you'll know. Or if you are not into statistics, you can use some tools through which you can get the answer. Okay, it's not very difficult now. Nowadays you have so many tools. I'll just share that at the end of the session. Okay, so this is how I interpreted the data. Okay, this is the data that I collected, and this is how I analyzed it using chi-square test. This is the calculated value that I got. Okay, and now I'm just interpreting it. If you can see this, the Pearson's chi-square statistics is 35. I think now it is clear. The chi-square statistics is 35, and the p-value means I'm looking at, or let me not explain all that and get you confused, because when you start observing and doing it small things by yourself, you'll find all this very interesting and easy. Otherwise, I would be confusing you. Okay, so now when you see the p-value is less than the significance level, hence we reject the null hypothesis. It also reveals that the category variables highly correlate with each other. What is correlation? Correlation is like I told you earlier, if I advertise more, then there is more sales. That means there is positive correlation. More advertisement, more sales. That means it is positively correlated. But supposing there is more advertisement but less sales, that means there is negative correlation. Okay, but here it shows the correlation is high. So I'm not going into the depth of calculation because here we are focusing on data. So let's stick to that. Now, coming to one more thing I need to touch upon here is the structure of a report. Why am I going to report which is totally away from the data? Is because I'm just trying to tell you or emphasize here how important data is for us to come to the outcome. Okay, so here you understand the preliminary pages of your research or your your research article, whatever. It will have the title page and the name of the author and contents and abstract. This is a report, but if it is a article, it will be more about your name, your affiliation, university affiliation, and then your abstract and your keywords. But the body of the report or the body of the article that you have written, though you have mentioned about a little bit about your research purpose and introduction about all that and a little of literature review, the whole major area of your study deals with your how you collected the data, how you analyze the data, what is the outcome of the data. You know the diagram which I showed you, the arrow diagram. Yeah, it is all that. It's in that same order. It's in that same order. Okay, so this is the major part of your study, whether it is your research article, whether it is your PhD, whether it is as a student you're doing your project study, it's all the same. Okay, the format is almost the same. So this is the methodology, results, and discussions, and it is based on the data that you're coming out with your findings. And then it is not necessary that the findings that you get from a study that you do in Mysore is going to be the same when you do the same study in Bangalore, because customers will differ, people will differ, climate is different, the culture is different, the income level would be different, the lifestyle would be different, right? There may be some things which are similar, but not everything. You cannot expect everything to be similar. So this was just to help you understand that in a more detailed way. I hope I'll just show you this. This is a journal. I hope it is visible. Let me know. Is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so happy. Okay, you can see this. This is how the article is. This would be the name of the journal. This is the ISSN. This would be the issue, volume number, and when it is published. This is the title. This is the name of the authors, an abstract followed by keywords.
The
And
link has not opened, so we are not able to see the actual article. It is only
oh,
sample article RVIM journal.
oh, you're not able to see that. I just now heard somebody say yes, so I thought, okay. Then I'll have to show it in another way then. Okay. Maybe I'll show it at the end then, because
Okay.
maybe let me see. I'll have to new share. I have to say. Just a minute. Please give me a minute, please. I think I'll have to. Now is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, okay. See, I hope you're able to see that. I'm trying. Okay. I think now it is visible. Is it visible now?
Ma'am, the article has not opened. The file has not opened.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's a problem. Maybe I go to new share. Yeah, I think now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Now
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is
it's
visible.
open. It's
Ah,
open.
okay, okay,
Yes.
okay. Okay, fine. So if you can see this is how the article would look like. Okay. The only thing is, a research, when you do a PhD, that will going to run into several pages. But when it comes to an article, you're summarizing it into maybe 10 or 7 or 13 or 15 pages. Okay. But the contents, or the flow will always be the same. So this is how, you're having the title, then you're having the author name, followed by an abstract. See, usually you write an abstract after you finish your paper. It just because it comes at the beginning, it doesn't mean that you write the abstract first and then start writing your article. Okay, so usually this is how it is done. You go through the art, you write the abstract is a summary, so it's only after you finish your paper you can write your summary. So here, see, it starts with the introduction and the review. Why do we go to a review? Because that is where we are collecting data about what other authors have done on the same, have found out on the same study. Based on that, I identify my research gap as well. So that will tell me, like, very few have done on this particular topic or something like that. Okay, so that review of literature helps me gather data on that, this one. And then coming to, see, you can, based on that, the literature review, the authors were able to come up with their own, analysis of how smartphones are used by people presently. They came up, based on the study that they did through literature survey. They found that this is the kind of apps that was used by most of the people are like this. Okay, then based on the literature review, and I understand this is the topic I'm going to do, I come up with the objective of the study. So these are the objectives, and then the hypothesis is also framed on that. Now, why am I showing you this? Is not to tell you just how a article is framed, because you have so many other sessions happening, and I'm sure you will get to know thoroughly how to do it. But here it is relevant because I need to, based on these objectives, I have to collect the data. Only then I'll able to, match it with the objectives and find out. So one of the objectives, I'll just read this. Now, one of the objectives is to explore factors affecting purchase intention of smartphones by men and women. So what is the purchase intention? So what should the question be? In what way is your phone helping you? In what way is your smartphone helping you? So probably it's not just to make calls. There may be so many things, like somebody may be saying, I use it to, even identify how much of calorie food I've taken today. That my smartphone helps me do that. So that's very important for me. Then someone else says, see, I travel a lot, so it helps me listen to music and spend my travel time smoothly, or I can relax using that. Or someone else may say it helps me to, talk to my parents who are staying far away through a video call. So, to the factors affecting purchase intention of smartphones by men and women, what kind of questions I need to put? I have to put all these questions, right? So that is helping me collect the data. Like, how does your smartphone, a question could be, how does your smartphone help you? So now if I go back to those slides previously, I told you primary data. It could be, your questionnaire can have multiple choice, it can be ranking choice, do you remember? Or checklist and all that. Yeah. So here I have multiple choices. I can put it as checklist or multiple choice, and then I put it as to what may helps you. How does your mobile phone help you other than to talk and send messages? And then I put 1, 2, 3, 4. The first will be video call my parents. The second would be help me listen to music anytime I feel out. Third is it helped me watch movies on the go. The fourth, I can do shopping, whenever I am free or when I need to. Next is I can use the phone to order food, so that since I'm staying in a hostel or I'm staying a bachelor, and I am not very good at cooking, or I come back late from my office, it helps me to order food. See, so many options. So this option that I put on my questionnaire helps me to fulfill this objective, this first objective. I think I'm making it clear. So like this, I have different other objectives. First object. So based on this, I'm preparing questions, and that questions are helping me to collect the data. I hope I'm making myself clear. Second one is, okay, let me take any one. To check gender variations in the usage of specific apps between men and women. Okay, so specific apps, let us say something to do with health, or something to do, oh yeah, okay, let me take it as, oh, or music, or maybe movies. I think movies and music could be universal, but let us say something to do with health. Okay, like apps for health, how to slim down, or how to build muscle, or yoga. Okay, let us say that. So now supposing a specific app, or I just want to know how many of my respondents use an app for health, something like yoga, apps on yoga. So now once I collect, among the questions that I mentioned in the first one, I also mentioned one question saying, have you downloaded the any app on yoga? Do you practice yoga seeking the help of any app? That could be a question. So now when I collect the data, I get to know whether it is yes or no, and then I understand or which age group is actually preferring yoga app, and whether it is only the majority are men, or majority are women, or there's an equal contribution of both awareness between men and women towards that app, and they have downloaded it and they are using it for some purpose, for their well-being and health. So this is how the objectives will help me to frame the questionnaire to collect the data that I require. And then based on that, the hypothesis is framed, and then I just take it forward. The research methodology. Based on the research methodology, the data analysis and the interpretations happen. This is how the data analysis. These are general, these are simple, but this is where the actual, analysis happens. I'm showing the analysis to justify. These are all the statistical analysis, which is helping to justify why I conclude with some answers. I come to a conclusion on what basis? See, now I've done a correlation studies, some statistical test and all that. And I'm not getting into in-depth into all these things, because I can do all this only when I have data. Otherwise, I will not be able to do all this. So that is the reason I'm showing. So in conclusion, whatever I'm giving, suggestions that I'm giving, all these suggestions are only through I'm justifying it through the data that I am providing. I hope that is understood. I'm just coming back to my screen. Yeah. I hope that was clear. I'm just going further. Yeah. This is what I showed you just now. The next is, see, this is another example of how I'm converting. See, I said those who are doing research under pure sciences, they usually have quantitative data. But when we are doing it from the social science background, That is, it could be law, it could be business management, or it could be commerce, psychology, or economics. All these things come under social sciences. So social sciences usually come under qualitative data, because we're asking people, do you like it? Are you satisfied? Are you dissatisfied? Is it true? These kind of things that we are asking. So this true, false, happy, satisfied, all that, are qualitative, and then we have to convert it. As you can see here, this table here, something like, showing respondents' level of satisfaction in using an app. So here I've mentioned strongly agree, neither agree, not, because I if I just ask yes or no, they'll only answer this, agree or disagree. I hope you're getting it. If I just ask a question having only two answers, yes or agree or disagree, so this whole thing will come under agree, and this whole thing might come under disagree. And somebody may say, I neither agree or disagree. I am not going to answer, because I neither agree, neither do I disagree. So what should I do if I want to get the correct data? I have to split this. This is called as the Likert scale. Okay, so I'm dividing it into different options, so that I'm able to get a more precise one. Previously I just showed you one slide where I spoke about gender. Then it was male and female. In male, again, it was divided into vegetarian and non-vegetarian, and again below 20 years. You saw that. So it's like that. I've collected data, so I know exactly that so many percent of people neither agree nor disagree. 57% agree, and 18% strongly agree, whereas there's only 3% and who disagree, and strongly disagree, it is 2%. So that means this particular first aspect is quite good, because strongly agree and agree are much higher. If you put that, agree means, though it is not strongly agree, it is more positive in nature. So this is how you interpret. And as you go about research, then once that bug hits you, then you start doing more and more. You will understand that. And I would suggest that you start reading journals. You will be able to appreciate more, and then it'll just come into you. You will be able to write your own papers. You will not find it difficult at all. It's because we and another thing I would suggest is choose articles of from journals, or the internet, whatever, whether it is a physical book or on the internet. Choose articles that you like. Go for topics that you like, and then go for some, and then from there itself you'll find something new, and then you can start, you yourself will start exploring. Don't take up like, if I give you a journal, like, so, say supposing the one which I showed you, if I just show that and you're not interested in that article, that will never help you, or it will never serve the purpose. So choose something that is related, which you feel related to, or what you would like to understand, and then that you can take it forward, and that will help you take it forward. That's a suggestion. Okay, so these again are an example which I just showed you. This is how we take it forward. Now, coming to types of data. Data can be basically, it's divided into these three types. One is about understanding the human being. Human being is your respondents. Okay, so this type of data is called as demographic data. So demographic data always seeks information regarding the age of the respondents, their religion, but usually try not to include religion and politics, and don't go for topics that will create controversy, because not all may it's, but that doesn't mean that you can't do a study on that at all. People having a lot of a person having a strong hold on the subject can do that, can do a research on that particular area, because people will accept. Whereas a person like you and me, who are just doing a little bit of research here and there, should not be taking up controversial topics. Try not to take that. Okay, so age, gender, material, then the status, material status, that is your economic status, your education, all these things come under demographic. And then that is also important for our study. And what I understand from the kind of literature that I have gone through about collecting data is, the it is said that it is better to start your questionnaire with the demographic profiles, seeking demographic profiles of your respondents, because that is something they know. The name, their age, then you don't need their phone number, then their all these things, like their economic background, like income. But again, as I told you, don't give it as a open-ended question. Let it be more like a close-ended question, like income per month you're earning between dash to dash, then again dash to dash, and so something like that. 10 to 20, 20,000, 20,001 to 40,000, 40,001 to 60,000, something like that. Because people are sensitive to that. They may not give you an answer if you give an open-ended question. Similarly, about age, people may not be happy to share their age very openly, not all. So if you give an something like an option for them to choose, that will be better. Okay, and yeah, their awareness, their knowledge, all that comes under the demographic profile. So if you start your questionnaire from that, you're slowly pulling them into what you actually want them to share, rather than asking them direct questions about what you like. Now, supposing the previous study was about mobile handsets and the kind of apps, not handset, basically how best people are using the apps that is available, what kind of apps they usually download. That was the study about. So if I would have directly asked a question on what are the apps you download, I would not have got the right answer. Rather, we have asked the name, then the age, because we want to know what age group prefer what. So age group was very important for us. Okay, and then their occupation, and then later on, slowly, for how long have you been using a smartphone, and what kind of apps you prefer. So for the kind of apps, we didn't keep an open-ended question, because we needed specific kinds. So we whether it is health. We didn't ask for what. We asked whether it is related to health, related to entertainment, later, that way, we divided it into that section. So what happens was, we slowly pulled them into the questionnaire, and then that's how the data was collected. So this is how data the questionnaire needs to be framed, so that we can collect the right kind of data. Then the organization data, that is related to like supposing you're asking, going to a company and doing a study on the people there or something like that, then you call it an organization data, where you need to identify how long that company has been going, and why that if you're doing a study on that, you're giving some kind of consultative research. In that case, you need organization data. And the next type of data is the territorial data. It's related about the population, cities. Now I put this up because I think there's a mixture of different delegates who are present here, who are from various other backgrounds, and hence I put this up. So I think I don't have to, I can just skip this slide, I guess. I feel you've understood how important data is in research, right? So it helps you to make informed decision making. It gives you more accurate and relevant information. It helps you to identify new opportunities. That is, when you get data, you'll get to know new concepts, and otherwise you think the same thing is happening. And you think if I've not gone to the movies for maybe say 30 years, and then suddenly I go to watch a movie, and then I'm so shocked because they say it is. As I just giving an example, say I went to watch a movie 30 years ago. I said I'm 50, above 50 now, right? So say 30 years ago, that's maybe I was in my 20s when I went to watch a movie, and that time the ticket was let us say 25 rupees or 50 rupees, okay, and now I go to watch a movie, and then they tell me it is 1500 rupees, and I'm so shocked. Okay, so when you collect data, you get to know what is happening. Okay, new concepts. Your mind gets related to the things that are new. You can come out of what you had, and you can um, collect in informations that is relevant. You can remove all that, and then put in what is actually relevant. So it helps you what people want, what they desire, all that innovative services, fulfillment of social needs, and so on. It helps you to understand the present scenario very much. It also helps you to forecast. It helps you to predict and say what people might like, what people might not like. If I do this, this would help out, or advertisements are not going to affect anyways. It's better that I use influencers, and that is going to help me in my business. Then you can go ahead with that, and that will be helpful because the decision is based on the data that you collected. And it also helps you to monitor what is right, what is not right, how you take it forward. All that you can do when you have data. So that is the importance of data. Now next comes, you have collected data, right? We have understood the importance of data also. Now there's another aspect that you need to keep in mind, and that is data editing. What is this editing of data? Editing is like, now you've collected the data, you're taking in only what is required, and you're leaving out what is not required. Now supposing I want to know from my class of students, I just pass on a Google form in the institution, okay, institution wise, instead of class wise. I just put it in the institution, and I just in the group, and I just ask anybody interested to um, go on a picnic to the KRS or the Mysore Palace. Okay, so then I get a lot of responses saying yes. Now what? That's my data, right? So now when I check the data, I find somebody from the some other. See, now in my institution we have sister concerns as well. So it's not just the engineering college, or it's not just the MBA department. We have the MCA department, then we the other side, it's a huge campus. So we have the LLB college, the law college, we have the hotel management. So say supposing somebody from the law college also agrees and says we are also interested to join your department. So now I wanted only my department. Okay, but then I wrongly put in that information in a group where everybody can see that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit the data, meaning I'll remove all those that I do not require, and I'll ask only those from that particular department whom I wanted to take, give them an outing or something to the Mysore Palace. So this is, generally I'm just giving you a brief understanding, a simple understanding of what editing means. Okay, so now coming to the actual aspects, correct data is very crucial for decision making. Now I think this is very clear, and we all know that collected data might contain mistakes. What are the mistakes that the data can happen? Maybe they have not mentioned the age properly, or they have not mentioned anything at all. There's an omission. Okay, you ask for something, it's an open-ended question. You ask for something and they answer something else. Again, that is there's a mistake. Okay, so it can be a mistake. Then, so editing data involves checking for consistency, omissions. What is consistency? To see that everybody has, answered according to what guidelines that you have given them. Okay, or is there any omission? That is, some questions may not be answered by some of the respondents. In such case, that particular questionnaire becomes redundant. You cannot use it at all. Therefore, one more thing that I need to add here is when you are to know how much of data should I collect, how many responses should I collect. Like now for the previous one, it was mentioned that 384, if I'm right, respondents were, responses were collected from 384 respondents. How do I decide it is 384? It's not numerology. It is not some kind of an astrology to say if you do so much, then you'll get the correct answer. This is good for you according to your star. No, no, no. It's not that way. You have a calculate. You have a formula for that. And again, if you're not from the, type of person who enjoys doing problematic all that, you don't have to worry at all. There's a lot of online tools. You just have to say, say supposing the number, like now I spoke about a study where it was about understanding whether non-resident Indians still followed the cultural aspects, or they looked at different, what was their factors for choosing a particular product. And I had did it on spices. So the study said that the focus was more on quality and very less on culture. The culture meaning, in Indian culture, we use whole spices, not the prepared spices, So, but the studies mentioned that they are using not the whole spices, but the prepared ones. There are so many. Okay, let me not get into that study. So this is what the findings gave me. So to get to know how many, because when I ask how many respondents I need to collect responses from, it is, it can run into lakhs, because there's so many Indians who are staying out of India for some are from a very long time, some for some time. Okay, so all those who are not in India are all non-resident Indians for me, for my study. I'm not doing anything on income tax, right? I don't have that kind of a barrier. What I need is anybody staying outside, living outside, not as a tourist, who's living outside, even if it is for 6 months. What kind of spices they're using? Are they using whole spices like how we use in India, or are they using different methods? So when I am doing a study like that, it is there is no limit to the number, right? I cannot say there are only 10,000 or 11,000. It could be lakhs together. So you have a formula which says that in such case minimum is 384. So that's how the minimum needs to be calculated. Say, for example, like if a class of 60 students, and we decide to have to go on a picnic, how many students should I ask to decide where should we go? Say, supposing the nearest places around Mysore, say, supposing we want to go to Hampi, or we want to go to maybe Goa. Okay, students like that place very much. So you say they want to go to Goa. Now, if I want to find out if students prefer Goa or some other place, maybe some places in Tamil Nadu where you have a lot of wonderful temples and all that. So whether you want to go there, do I ask out of the 60 students? If I ask 3 students, is that sufficient? No, it is not sufficient at all, because maybe those 3 students never liked Goa. If they say I don't like Goa, it doesn't mean the whole rest of the 57 also don't like. So how many students should I ask? That is the minimum. Okay. Now supposing at least 30 out of the 60, I should ask at least 30, so that I get to know at least 30. I said, I'm not saying ask all the 60. It's not necessary to ask all the 60. 30 or 40 is enough for me to understand what is the majority mindset of the people. Okay, so that is it. So if I need to get out of 384 or something, I told you that I need for a minimum, if that is the calculated amount number that is given, then I have to take at least 5 or 6 more, or maybe 10 more. So instead of 384, I take 394, so that if there is omissions or something, I can still I need not stop and then again go around collecting. When I'm collecting, collecting around 400 or something like that. So in case there is any omissions, I can remove all that and then just take the 384 I require. Okay, so for that I require data editing. So as I said, if there is an omission, you cannot use, even one question is not answered, that whole questionnaire is useless. I cannot use it at all for my study because it is incomplete. So hence I should ensure that I get a complete filled questionnaire. And for that, if I need 10 questionnaires, I have to collect at least 15, so that make sure that I get all 10 correct. So techniques for editing data, one is visual inspection, that is visually you can just check, or through computer also, because nowadays everything is computerized. We use a lot of technology, we are so much involved in that. So what happens in computer verification is that it is quicker, then you can ensure, it ensures data accuracy, it enhances data quality, credibility of the research. So and it's quicker also, saves a lot of cost and money, and you can reproduce the data, all that. And then coming to coding, please remember the diagram that I showed you earlier, the arrow diagram. So there I mentioned about coding. So how do you go about it? One is, it helps to classify responses into specific categories. What are the categories? Excellent, satisfactory, dissatisfied. These are all different categories. So it is telling me this is tally. Okay, I wrote this so that it is understood. But then how we do it is, see, it is very useful in processing qualitative data like dislike, satisfaction, whatever. So I think this you all studied when you did it in your school time. So see how it happens is, if I put this, right? It's not literally like this. So it's like, you draw 4 lines and then you strike it off. So this is 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25. Excuse me. Okay. This is 25. This is 13. How do I get 13? This is 5. Again, say I just strike out this and this because this is only 3. So it is 5, 10, and 3, 13. And the other one is 2. This is how I do the tallying. So this is the first one is qualitative data. This is through observation. Qualitative data, 25 people said excellent. How did I get to know 25 people? I counted each of the questionnaires which said yes, no, excellent. And then I found from that questionnaire, 25 have said excellent, while 13 said satisfactory. So this is qualitative data. I have used tally to convert this qualitative data into quantitative data. I converted it into quantitative data. I think now it is much clearer. Oh, I have very little time. I have to, sorry. Okay. Now there's something else called cross tabulation of data. What is cross tabulation? If I can look, if you can see this, this is a table. Here I have the income level. So this is up to 30,000 and this is above 30,001 onwards. And I'm looking at what kind of people visit what kind of shopping centers. So shopping center, I've taken one is Reliance, and the one is Reliance Fresh, and I just an example. Okay, it's not an actual study or anything like that. It's just an example. And Shopping Bazaar, I've taken 2 shopping centers, and I've tried to identify the number of people who I've just maybe gone and visited, or I've observed. And obviously the income level I can't understand only through observation. So I would have collected responses from these people. So, and then I understand that In Reliance Fresh, 100 people who earn up to 30,000 visited the store, whereas in Shopping Bazaar, 80 people visited the store who earn up to 30,000. Whereas above 31,000, I find only 50 people who have visited Reliance Fresh, whereas 200 people who have visited Shopping Bazaar who come above 30,000, who are earning more than 30,000 a month. So the total, see how I understand Reliance Fresh this way as well as this way. Oh, sorry. Can you see this? Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I have it both horizontally and vertically. I can make calculations. Such kind of tables are called as cross tabulations. Okay. I'm just touching upon all these things because it will take a long time for us for each and everything. This is another example of cross tabulation. See, I've taken two aspects here, vertically as well as horizontally, and then I have made a identification, always, sometimes, rarely, and so on. So supposing educational and business, how often do you read the following topics? Cultural and lifestyle. So sometimes cultural and life, see, educational and cultural, only 53. See, when I look into data like this is called as cross tabulation. Next is data mining. You understand the word mining, right? What is mining? They excavate the earth and then they take out iron ore, or they take out minerals. This is all mining, right? So like that, what is data mining is similar to that. You have such a lot of data all put together, and then from that you take out what you require. This is data mining. Okay, it's simple, very simple words. That is data mining. See, data mining techniques are used to identify valid, novel, useful, and understandable patterns in data. It helps in discovering knowledge by analyzing data from various perspectives, and new technology which helps generate information from huge databases. So this is basically what data mining is about. As I told you, I'm just giving you basics because due to paucity of time. Next, statistical analysis of data. So what is this statistical analysis? I'm using the data that I've collected and I'm statistically analyzing it using some statistical tools. Like the previous one I showed about how chi-square test was used to justify the outcome of that study, or justify the findings of the suggestions that I'm making through the study. Okay. And data editing, see, yeah, for example, I've given an example here. Which car gives a smooth ride is the question. Which is the best insurance that can be taken by a car owner? Okay, I might identify the data here now. For example, question, which car gives a smooth ride? Which among the following perfume do you prefer if the options do not list the one the respondent has applied? I hope you're getting it. Which among the following perfume? I put a list. Okay. I'm editing the data. I'm just choosing what is more relevant. That is data editing. What if this question is answered by a person who does not own a car or does not know how to drive a car? Can I use that? So I'm going back to the question. Which car gives a smooth ride? I'm asking that. And so who should answer the question? Somebody who has who rides a car which is different, 2 or 3 other models. Only then that person can say that this car is better than this car, or this car gives a smooth ride. But if I ask someone who's just watched and who sees a car, he cannot give me an answer to that. Then if that person gives an answer, then I cannot use that answer at all, though the questionnaire is fully filled. See, I've given another question here. Which among the following perfume do you prefer? And I'm right. I give a checklist. Okay, perfume A, perfume B, perfume C, and perfume D. If I do not, supposing you give me that question and I answer perfume D.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello? Yes?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
We have ended about the session in 8 p.m. So some query are there in the chat box.
Okay. I'll go to the question then. I'll just go to the question. Okay. Shall I stop then? Do you
Yes,
want me
ma'am.
to stop?
Okay.
Okay, fine. Let me check the chat box. Yeah, what are the questions, please?
One question is here, is it compulsory to check whether the raw data is normally distributed?
Yes, it is important.
Then
Yes.
another question, how to decide the number of respondent or the data size?
Yeah, that is what I answered. I said you have a formula, and if you are not able to do the calculations, you have a lot of options through the internet which will help you. You can just ask, this is the like I said, I gave an example of the spice study I did on the spices used by non-resident Indians, and the data is unlimited. In such a case, the minimum number is 384. So I chose around 400 respondents, keeping in mind that some of the questions might not be answered. But totally, I took 384 as my minimum 384 as respondents I have to take. That's how you calculate. Yeah.
There is also some question, ma'am.
Yeah.
How many questions against research objective? It is given asked by Sandeep Sharma.
Okay. See, so I understand that you understand about the objectives. See, don't ask too much. Firstly, if you're preparing a questionnaire, based on each of my suggestion is to, based on each of the objectives, try to frame as many questions as possible. Okay, and then later come and edit those questions, because sometimes this you may be asking the same question in different forms. So edit that and make sure that you don't don't ask too many questions that will bore your respondents. If it is a very lengthy questionnaire, they may not complete the questionnaire at all. So your questionnaire should be framed in such a way that it which will match your objectives, and you will be able to collect the data that you require. So your questionnaire should be framed very precisely.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Sunetra, I'm Sunetra Deshpande from Gujarat. I wanted to ask what is the number of pre-testing that should be done for a PhD for the questionnaire?
Once you finish, it's enough
How
if
many
you.
numbers?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not. I'm coming to that
Huh.
only. It's
Mm.
not necessary that you have to do 10 or 20 and all that. If
Mm.
if your objectives are clear,
Yeah.
and you have framed your questionnaire, it is
Mm.
important that you pre-test it. That is, you do a pilot study. When you do a
Let's study.
pilot study, it helps you identify whether a pilot
Mm.
study helps you identify whether the questions that you're asking and the data that you're collecting are matching. If
Yeah. Yeah.
when you do a pilot study and if you get wrong answers, then you understand that your
Mm.
questions are not understood by your respondents. Then you have to
Right.
change it.
Yeah. That I know because
Yeah.
I am actually a practicing researcher since
Okay,
last
good.
25 years.
Okay.
So we have been doing like 10, 15 for our actual research studies that we conduct.
Okay.
So for PhD, is it like a higher number should be done? That's what I
No,
wanted
it
to
is
ask.
no. If you
Mm.
identify your respondents properly, correctly,
Mm.
using the
Mm.
proper technique,
Yeah.
1 or 2 is quite sufficient.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
I have another question if I
Yes,
can
yes,
ask.
please. Yes.
I saw the questionnaire that you shared.
Yes.
Um, is it very important, no? That informed consent.
Yes.
Uh, yeah. So when if you are emailing your questionnaire, so
Yeah.
we should still take informed consent, right?
Yes. That
Mm.
comes under research
Mm.
ethics.
It's such ethics. Okay.
Yes.
And if you are taking interview from children, So
Yeah.
parental
Yes,
consent
yes,
is also
guardian, yes,
guardian.
yes,
Guardian.
yes,
If it is in
yes,
a school, then principal. We have taken
yes,
principals.
yes, yes,
This
yes.
thing.
You're right. You're right. You're very right.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And
Another
it should not be misused, because if you're that is also a part of ethics. That is, if I say
ethics.
that
Yeah.
I'm using for educational purpose, I cannot
Mm.
misuse it, because
Yeah.
recently there was this case, that Big
Mm.
Basket, they gave away there was some newspaper, this that
Huh.
customer data was given or sold out or something like that. So
Oh.
that cannot
Mm-hmm.
happen. That all
Yeah.
that
The
data, that
confidentiality of the
yes,
data should
yes,
be
yes,
preserved.
yes, yes, yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Also, we have been collecting data from Kobo Collect, which is a
Okay.
free open source
Oh, yes,
this
yes,
thing,
yes. Yeah.
and also Survey City, which is paid.
Yeah.
So
No.
other than the Google form, this is also the form where you actually go face
Yes,
to face
yes.
to interview, and
Exactly.
it's like
Yes.
called CAPI method.
Yes. No, there
Yeah.
are different methods.
Huh.
I just use the basic ones, just to,
Hmm.
because once you start getting into
Hmm.
research, automatically you
Yeah.
get involved, and then you find out ways and means through which
Yes.
suitable
Yes.
for
Yes.
you, because there are different types of research, right?
Hmm.
Everybody doesn't do the
Yeah.
same type of research.
Yeah.
Everybody has a different method. I mean, the
Yes.
objective will be different, the study will be different, so
Yes.
that
Yes.
way.
But your whole 2 years of lectures was very, very informative. Thank you so much, ma'am.
I'm so glad you found it
Mm.
useful. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
yes, yes. Yes. Mm.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
But I feel I'm not completed.
No, no, two
Okay.
hours is too less. It's a very, very we would like to meet you again.
Oh, so
May ganahan ba ma? Nanggiri.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah.
yes, please.
In continuation with Sunitra, myself, Sundra from Ahmedabad, JG University.
Very nice.
I would like to ask you, it is in continuation with the previous, that is Sunetra's query only.
Yeah,
Ma'am,
please go.
going on a personal note, I
Yeah.
had done a pilot study in the
Okay.
recent last week itself.
Okay.
And my respondent quantity would have been only 15, but so
Okay.
far I've got 30. Now,
Okay,
ma'am,
good.
one very important thing
Huh.
is in the pilot testing, it was in the form of Google.
Okay.
And in Google Forms, it was open for all. I have
Okay.
done, ethically also. I've mentioned my name and stuff, and taken the
Okay.
permission and stuff, and no
Good.
identity. So
Good.
demographics were limited only to the age and
Okay.
initials.
Okay.
Now,
Good.
ma'am, how do we, or
Huh.
is it considered or not?
Hmm.
We do get responses which are out of context. Either they do
That
not
is
respond at
what
all.
exactly I mentioned just now. That is where
Okay.
you go. I was just talking about that editing of data.
Huh.
So you reject that.
Okay. Okay. So we do not even consider it in the annual in the counting.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
You have to count only that. So that is the reason I mentioned. Now you wanted 15, but you collected 30. So out of 30, you will find 15 which is relevant. So that will be your number.
Okay. Okay. Fine, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am, one question in the
Thank
chat
you,
box
ma'am.
here.
Yeah, please
What
tell.
type of the question we use to cancer patient in qualitative methods?
I didn't get your question. What kind of?
What type of question
Huh?
we use to cancer patient in qualitative methods?
What type of question you use?
We use to cancer patient in qualitative methods.
To cancer, I didn't understand that. I couldn't get you, please. I'm just trying to see the question.
In the chat box.
I'm checking the chat box.
Mhm.
You can query in the chat box how to decide the number of respondents. No, that I answered. Cancer patient. What kind of questions we use to cancer patients in qualitative methods? So it depends on what type of question. What is the objective of your study? Is it about something to do with their a medication that they are taking, or is it about the stress that they are facing, or is it about the social stigma? Because the moment, say for example, because if it is coming from a clinical study, it will be more on the effect of the medication on the effect of the medication on improving their health condition. So that will be a question. But if it is something to do on something on psychology or something on those kind of social sciences, the question may be basically like the kind of stress they are facing to find out that, or how do they manage, because when you say cancer, everybody is so scared, and the patient will definitely be not very comfortable, always thinking of what will happen to me, or the kind of the chemo is painful, people say. There's so many things. So you want to identify that, then your question has to be according to, focusing from that perspective. So from a medical perspective, it is different. From a social perspective, it is different. From a psychological perspective, it is different. Social perspective, it will be like, if I ask a question, if you're asking a question, you don't ask direct questions to them. Do people ask you whether you have cancer? No, you shouldn't be doing that. The kind of question would be, how comfortable are you after taking chemotherapy? Are you attending any kind of stress buster related class or coaching or something like that? So you're slowly trying to, because they are already stressed, you should not ask question that will stress them further. They will not answer your question at all. So that needs to be taken care of. Now you're not mentioned the perspective, so that's why I'm giving this kind of answers. I'm trying to cover that using different kind of answers. So qualitative methods will be, if you're talking about it could be from the medical perspective, it could be from the psychological perspective, it could be from the social perspective. Because some people, when you say cancer, they may not even come and talk to you. People feel that they get affected. That could be the mentality of people around you, until you're staying in a society which is much more broad minded. It depends. Okay, so and the kind of cancer, even that also matters. So I hope I've answered your question. I
Madam,
think it is Mr. Hanuman. I hope
yes,
I've
yes.
answered your question, because I do not understand from which perspective you're talking about.
Madam, you mentioned the last slide, like binary questions,
Ha ha ha
multiple
ha.
choice.
Yeah.
That way
Oh,
asking, madam.
oh, like that, is it? No, still,
Yes.
for some things, it's if like I told you in one of my slide, I also said satisfied, highly satisfied, neither satisfied nor dissatisfied, right?
Okay, okay,
So
okay.
if I just say yes and no, are you satisfied or dissatisfied, I'll just get two answers. But if I want to get an in-depth answer, I may ask highly satisfied or highly dissatisfied. Then I get four
Okay, okay.
answers, and I might
Okay.
give a neutral one also, neither satisfied nor dissatisfied. That also can be. Okay,
Okay,
so
madam.
I hope I answered. Then I hope I answered your
Yes,
question.
madam. Thank you so
Okay,
much, madam.
okay,
Thank you.
okay. Time is
But
up. May I
Yes.
call Raisham Chanulata, Chemistry Department, for giving the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Madam Dr. K. Sobarani Devi. Thank you, Madam.
ma'am,
Very
will
warm.
your details, contact details be shared in the group? I would like to have, like, a further discussion with you also.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I'll
Okay, thank
share
you
my
so much.
LinkedIn profile.
Yeah,
I didn't keep it ready with me, but
okay.
I'll just give
Yeah,
you.
we can connect on LinkedIn also and have a
Yes.
further discussion on this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I'm glad you you found it useful. Just
Yes,
a
yes,
minute,
it was
please.
very useful. Yeah.
Oh,
Just give me
okay.
just a
Thank you,
minute.
Madam. Thank you, Madam. A very
Yeah,
warm good evening, everybody. I'm myself, Raisham Chanulata, Assistant Professor of Chemistry, the College Impulse. On the behalf of organizing team, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Madam Professor Basanti Rina William, Head of Department of Management Studies at Vidya Vikas Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mysuru, Karnataka, for giving a very slightful presentation enlightening us all the data collection and recording, which are actually very essential for all the researchers, madam. Your expertise has significantly enhanced our learning experience today. I
Thank you
also
so
extend
much. Thank you
our
so much.
participants all the activity engagement to today's program. Finally, I would like to thank all the members of the technical team for your cooperation and support. Once again, thank you, madam, to all.
Thank you, madam, for your wonderful section. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you
Have a
so
nice
much.
day.
Thank you, everybody, and my best wishes to everyone.
Thank you,
Thank
madam.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Good night.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.